All right, what's going on, everyone? Hope everyone's doing well. Some crazy ambient music going on back here in the background. That's okay, the problem. I do have some sad news, guys. We're still going to stream today. We're still going to fly the CJ4. For those that were here last stream, someone came in and recommended, I think it was called a working title mod. So during the last stream, we downloaded that, and during the stream, I actually installed it. But sadly, we had to restart Microsoft Flight Simulator for it to kick in and actually work. And I was stuck with a halfway working CJ4 for my descent. So I couldn't get autopilot working. I had to do a manual descent and had to do a manual visual approach. But the big problem was none of my, well, I won't say none of the instrument panel worked. Some of it worked, but it ended up like my game froze on me at the end. I don't know what was going on there. I'm not going to attribute it to the Steam Deck, but yeah. Anyway, the sad news that I have, because I haven't quite got to that yet. So we're going to do a flight on the CJ4, and hopefully it's going to work, right? Because it's the first time I've restarted the game since that mod was installed. We're going to find that out very shortly. But when I booted up my Steam Deck, I found that I had a PMDG update. So I thought, for my 737, the plane that I typically fly, I thought, why not just go ahead and install this update? And then after the update was done, I had the bright idea to go ahead and load a 737 first. And I'm not sure if you guys remember, but that very first load after you do an update to your PMDG aircraft, it takes about 20 minutes for it to load into the game. And I'll just show you guys instead of talking about it. But yeah, it's just, oops, didn't mean to throw up an ad on you guys. But I am pretty proud of those lower thirds, though. I really am. I've been watching a lot of other streams lately, and a lot of them don't have the mic's a bit corrupted. Oh. Let me just a bit. Let me see what I can go about that. Thank you for mentioning that. Is this any better? Everything I'm seeing looks okay. Oh, but it might fix itself. Hopefully. Thanks for watching. Jeez. I try to have good audio, and is it like clipping? Is that what we've got going on, or? I am using a program, because I have some background noise in the room that I am streaming from, and it takes the ambient noise out of the profile, so it is EQ'd a bit. But just to let you know, I'm using a 100% professional setup. This is a $200 Audio Technica, a lavalier, going into a Grace Design M101 preamp, which is about a $1,000 preamp, which is going into a USB card, external card, which is, and even that I've got levels on. And then on top of that, I've got software going on. So it should be top quality. I'm definitely using the right mic. Yeah, hopefully it clears up. How about this? I'm going to do one thing really quickly, and you just let me know if this sounds better or worse. And by the way, thank you so much for giving me some feedback. So with this, I've taken out the software that was making any kind of adjustments, And this is just my voice going through all of that hardware. That sounds so much better. Okay, so it's that application that I'm using, that software. So but if I go quiet, you're gonna hear like a small hum in the background, which I guess will get, the ambient music in the background will bleed it out. But I'm gonna be quiet for a moment and tell me if the hum is very obvious, at least. Maybe it's nothing. Good. Okay, cool. It's just a fan, a subtle fan going in the background, but I put that software on there because I thought it would become annoying. But ultimately, in the big mix of here, once we get Microsoft Flight Sim going with that as noise added with the background music, it probably won't even be noticeable. So thank you so much for calling that out. I would hate to have a horrible stream with audio that's unbearable. But as I was saying, I don't know how long this is going to take to load. Right now, as far as the progress bar that you guys can't see, it's not visible in the stream, I'm at about 90%. But the problem is with these PMDG aircraft, even if I get to 100, there's still going to be a little bit of time. No, it's fine. If it's not unbearable and if it's okay and it's very subtle, then we won't worry about it. But I'll re-listen to this stream after I'm done, and we'll see how it sounds. And that noise is not going to be here forever. That noise is actually most likely going to be gone next week or the week after. So I won't need that software, and the noise will just be gone. Jeez, guys, I do apologize that I'm not prepared, but we are going to do, and I'm not sure if, cool, that's awesome. I'm not sure if, here, let me throw this chat overlay where everyone can see if anyone wants to join back in. I'm not sure if you're the one that recommended the mod from my last stream, but this is the first time. I haven't even tried it yet. I know I installed it last stream, but I haven't even run it yet. But so I'm excited to see if this CJ4 mod is good. I can't believe a native, like the Citation CJ7 is like a native aircraft to Microsoft Flight Simulator. It comes with it. Oh, cool. Well, thank you for watching. Thank you so much for watching. And thank you for definitely giving me some feedback. That's awesome. Oh, nice, it loaded. Okay, cool. So maybe this won't take as long as I thought. Let me back out, and we'll go ahead and get a flight plan together. And, oh, before I do, oh, never mind, I'm not flying this anyway. I was gonna take it off of, get it ready for cold and dark, but since I'm not flying, it doesn't matter. Okay, great, that didn't take long at all. Awesome. And back to you. Thank you so much for watching. I seem to get a new viewer every time, so that's awesome. We try to be realistic here. We're going to be using VATSIM. Not sure if you're familiar with that, but we've got a few mods, and we're also doing all of this on a Steam Deck, which is, it does put quite a bit of load on a Steam Deck stream. Hey, I appreciate it. Nice, VATSIM, yeah, nice. I do have a FPS monitor in the top left, and what you'll notice is, again, this is all running off of a Steam Deck. So if I were not running the mods that I'm running, this would most likely continuously run above 30 frames per second. But with all of these mods, when they start adding on to Microsoft Flight Sim, it really does drag it down. And I'm about at my limit. In fact, I need to start the FSRealistic. Some of these mods are great though. Some I don't use that much, like the xEnviro. I use it, but I don't use it that much. This is one of the best ones I think I've purchased, aside from the PMDG aircraft. I think this was
You can. Cool. I actually got somebody that's talking to me. This is awesome. Usually I'm by myself getting everything ready, talking to myself. We just run vPilot. The same as you would anything. Now, I'm running on Windows. You aren't able to see the menu bar at the bottom. It's taken off of the screen, but I'm running on Windows, so I'm not running on SteamOS. So that's how I'm able to run VATSIM. Microsoft Flight Sim actually runs very smoothly. Yeah, exactly, Windows 10. Yeah, it's not even Windows 11. I think the Steam Deck will support Windows 11. I'm just so nervous about upgrading because I've got all of these mods working now on 10, and I'd be cry myself to sleep if one of them failed and I had to go start from scratch to try to troubleshoot and figure out if I could get it to work. So I'll hold off on Windows 11, but Microsoft Flight Sim will work on SteamOS, and it actually works very, very well. I would say you can almost get 60 frames per second on SteamOS, but what you're doing on SteamOS is you're running off of Xbox Cloud Gaming. So you have to have Microsoft Flight Sim purchased for the Xbox, and then you connect essentially to the cloud so it doesn't download any, it doesn't take up any storage space. But that's why it's able to run so smoothly. But the problem is you can't run any mods with that. So there's no VATSIM with that. You're just going to run stock Flight Sim. Yeah, I mean, honestly, the Steam Deck's quite capable. You know, it's running. The screen that's built into the Steam Deck is, I think, like a 7-inch screen. I'm not 100% sure the size, but it's not a huge screen. So they moved the resolution down to like a 800, almost like a 720. So it's barely HD, but if you're looking at that small screen, it looks wonderful. But honestly, it supports, you know, it speaks for itself. I can run Flight Sim. You know, it's not too bad. It's not the best graphics, obviously. It's going to be set on low settings, but I can run it, and I can run it with all of these mods, and you know, still have a good time. Let's see. Let's go back. CJ4. I had a crazy library on my, this guy. I'm not going to do that again. Let's see. Global Freightways sounds like something. I like that. That's kind of subtle. Okay. So guys, I haven't even taken a look to see. Yeah. I mean, there are free sources out there for charts and things. But in my opinion, and I'm obviously not getting paid by Navigraph or sponsored, but it's worth it because it's, even for like if you're flying internationally in Europe, because I did a Europe flight the other day, and Europe charts are all over the place. They're not standardized like the US is, and they're all different by country. But Navigraph does a pretty good job of like making them somewhat compatible to US. So Navigraph's worth it. I love it, and I have the monthly subscription. I can't remember. I think they recently changed the name. It's called Ultimate, or I can't remember what they call it now. But I ended up purchasing the yearly one of that before they did the price bump. They recently did a price bump, so expect to pay a little bit more if you do renew your Navigraph. But in my opinion, it's so worth it. So charts are a lifesaver. You kind of need them. Trying to fly. The last time I flew this CJ4, and I know this is your first time watching, but the very last stream that I flew this, it was horrible. I mean, maybe 50% of the panel worked. The autopilot was straight garbage. And I use another mod on my iPad called, not nice. You know what? I'm going to take a moment before I actually get started, and then I'm going to talk to you. I came from X-Plane 11, and it was 11, I think. I think 12's the newest one now. but I came from, it was either 11 or 10. That was where I got my start. I never did P3D, but I never played Flight Sim, any of the previous versions. And I knew it was the most popular, but I just loved X-Plane. I thought it was just everything I needed because I didn't have to really buy any mods. It was just out of the box a great experience. Looked great, you know. Of course, I was playing on a actual computer with a graphics card and everything at that point. So, but yeah, I love X-Plane, and I have nothing bad to say about X-Plane. A lot of these mods, especially like xEnviro, I think it started in X-Plane only. They just recently came over to Flight Sim. And a lot of people were saying it was like a money grab for them because in X-Plane, you don't get METAR information. But natively in Microsoft Flight Sim, it will give you the weather information without needing a mod for that. So, but I do use it because it's a lot more realistic, and I think I've got it set to update every 5 minutes versus like I think reality is like they update every 30 minutes. But yeah, I love X-Plane. I love X-Plane. There's nothing bad about X-Plane. And I know it's a lot smaller company and it doesn't have the overhead that Microsoft Flight Simulator has with $1 billion company. But I think P3D is owned by Lockheed Martin. That's awesome. I've never tried it. I came from Flight Sim. Oh, nice. It is. It is, but I think that's... Here comes opinions. This is definitely not said in any kind of, based in any kind of facts, I guess you could say. But my opinion is Microsoft's such a big company. They got so much money. They got the means to fine tune it and make it run better than X-Plane. So I think their developers, they just got more money to throw at it to make it run better. But aside from that, even still, you know, I'm an X-Plane fanboy. Always will be. And I fully believe X-Plane 12 would probably run on the Steam Deck. I have no doubts it would run on the Steam Deck. I haven't tried, as it's kind of struggling to run what it's running right now, so I don't want to put any more on it. But yeah, I'll move on from it. But just to echo, yeah, I love X-Plane. So, but cool. Microsoft Flight Sim, even though I never played it, I've watched streams before of it. I never watched any of the previous versions to X, but I did watch streams of X. Yeah, exactly. It's just such a smaller team. But I think the owner of X-Plane, and I may be wrong, but I think the guy that actually started the whole thing makes YouTube videos and kind of goes out there and tries to tell everybody himself, you know, about updates and things like that. I think that's cool. Yeah, it's a smaller company, but I like, you know, how engaged with the community they are and things like that. So I don't have anything bad to say about X-Plane. I would love to try P3D. Yeah. I'm not streaming off of the Steam Deck. Now, if you look up, if you research about it, you'll find a lot of people are going to tell you you have to plug in a capture card. Somehow this music got extremely loud. You have to plug in a capture card into the Steam Deck in order to capture video from it. But I'm using a mod off OBS. It's a free mod, and it's called NDI Output Settings. And essentially it sends a signal over my local network to another version of OBS that's running on my streaming computer. So this video signal is essentially just, looks crazy, but it's essentially just sending video to my other computer and I'm pulling video from it. Now, the Steam Deck as well as the streaming computer are both Ethernet. There's no Wi-Fi going on, so that's why you're not seeing any stutter from it. But it captures beautifully. It captures at the same frame rate that I can send it out. Yeah, it's nice. And NDI is, again, it's a free plugin. OBS is free as well, and it supports the latest version of OBS. So you don't have to go searching for an old version of OBS to make it compatible. You can just download the latest version, download NDI, and you got it. Now audio is being sent differently. Audio is being fed out from my Steam Deck into that one of those USB cards that's capturing. It's a different one than the one that's capturing my audio, and then that's being fed to my computer. So I'm capturing audio directly from it. I'm not using that connection to capture the audio, but you can see, or that's showing you my mic, but you can see it does capture audio from the Steam Deck, and you can send audio over. Oh, this guy in the top up here, it's part of a mod that I'm running. I think it's called Sim Toolkit Pro, and it's connected to my streaming computer. It's kind of weird. I don't even know how I got it set up, but it recognizes that I'm in Microsoft Flight Sim on the Steam Deck, and it will allow me to track the flight. In fact, let me show you, because you'll see a bar at the top as well. I just haven't gotten it going or connected. Just a moment. But yeah, you'll see like live updates at the very top of my current speed, current airspeed, vertical speed, my current altitude, my heading, if I'm connected to VATSIM or not, where I am in the flight, like pre-flight, taxiing out, climb, descent. Yeah, cool. So that black thing is a map. Once I actually get loaded into the flight sim, it'll show you my current location at all times, as well as the weather that's around me as well. As well as the flight path too. Kind of a cool tool. All right, CJ4, let's see if this works. Oh yeah, we need to find what we're gonna do. I never even put in my title where I was gonna go today because I wasn't sure. I was gonna check the VATSIM map and kind of see who's on. There may not be a lot of controllers on because of Thanksgiving, but let's see. Looks like JFK has ground and tower, so we may fly out of JFK. Chicago O'Hare, I think. Yeah, that's O'Hare. I think that's the only thing that even has a controller outside of, and I'm not going to go. Yeah, Europe's asleep at this point. So I'm thinking we're just going to do a JFK to O'Hare. And we might even have centers along the way. I'm not sure. Yeah, JFK to O'Hare. Okay, so let's go over to SimBrief. Start a new flight. Now, actually, see, I'm going to forget this. I hope I don't. I typically use like, oh boy, I think this is changing on me. Oops, sorry about that. All kinds of stuff flying up on the screen. This Facebook thing keeps popping up. Just a moment. Okay. Too many screens to deal with. But this registration, I usually fly Southwest 1465, and I'm so used to saying that on VATSIM. I hope I can remember this. Oh, that sucks. Your Xbox account got hacked. Yeah, Steam. Here, nice. Didn't even know a 380's coming out. I don't have anything against Airbus. I know that Flight Sim, oops, just tapped my microphone. I know Flight Sim just added the, what was it, the 310? Yeah, the 310 they just added. They've got the 320 Neo. I love PMDG. Well, let me just back up a bit. I love aircraft made by third parties that I can use on Microsoft Flight Sim. Love that. However, they really do break the bank having to buy them. I kind of like the native ones that come with it whenever I have the opportunity. Anyway, okay, back to this. I got to try to remember this. N44JH. I don't have to set that up here, but I am going to have to set it up here. N44JH. Ah, jeez. Was it 44? 3JH, I think. Yeah, 433. 433. 433. I'm going to forget. This is going to be a hilarious flight, because I'm going to forget this a lot. What is this aircraft type? C25C. Cool. Okay. I think it's just the normal. Yeah, I don't think it's the 525. Okay. Okay. I'm not going to connect just yet, but let's finish our flight plan. So actually, I need this keyboard. We're flying out from JFK, and we're going to O'Hare. Okay. We'll let this sort everything else out for us. I give it a moment to, yeah, send everything. But yeah, I love Navigraph. It's worth it. So we're flying at 40,000. Let's pull up our flight plan. It's pretty short. Assuming that's my SID. There's my star. There's my transition. Okay. I don't like, nice. I don't like that this CJ4 is not was not working that well. I hope this works. Let's see. Let's get in here. Too high. This would probably fit in a small. Let's try a small. And yeah, all this should update. Let me go ahead and see if I can pull my flight plan in now that I've created it. And it should update on the stream. Yeah, nice. Okay. Go ahead and pre-file this with VATSIM. Hopefully this one will too. Oh, it's giving me a different call sign. Why? I'll copy that and use that. N254 Sierra Bravo. All right, it should be updating now. But the problem is, I think I need to back out. I'm not so sure that this matters, but I want to set up my registration correctly. Typically a 737, and I think it fits in a medium. I don't know. I try to find large ramps or gates, but I think it'll fit. I think it fits in a medium typically. Definitely not general aviation. I never fly general aviation, so this whole CJ4 is an experience for me. It's great. Let's see. World map. Oh, come on. .254 Sierra Bravo. Okay, definitely gonna forget that. All right, let's try this again. On your plane only, on your V-pilot. I'm not sure what you mean. You mean it's like struggling to load? Yeah, I mean it's not the fastest thing in the world to load sometimes. But that was me having trouble trying to find out what my registration number was. And oh, I was gonna say earlier, I do have another mod that I'm using on my iPad. I think I started to talk about this. Called Air Manager. It's great, and I have set myself up a here we go. Set myself up a panel to use, but essentially I've gotten here. Let me see if I can turn this. Just a moment. I can't use that camera. Oh well, it's okay. I don't even know if this thing is going to work, but we're going to try it. So I'm going to turn the battery on using this panel. And this thing is horrible. It's not working at all. Close it and try to reopen it. It says it's connected. Yeah, that's definitely not working. Oh, here we go. Okay, battery's on. Let's turn our avionics on. Oh my God. Well, that's not smooth at all. I'm just going to use my mouse. Okay. Let's go ahead and connect the VATSIM. Okay, that's wrong. November 254 Sierra Bravo. Like your call sign, it don't matter about the call sign. Oh, okay. I got you. Okay. I didn't know if the call sign mattered in Microsoft Flight Sim as far as it had to be the same as what I connect to on vPilot. You're getting the same frames as my PC. Yeah, it's not too bad. Yeah, I love it. I've got a couple of things I've turned on the stream. Number one, I've got, here, let me just see if I can minimize this and this. I don't want my battery to go dead though. I've got TeamSpeak. I know a lot of people use TeamSpeak on this. I've never used it before. And I've also started a Discord channel. I don't have it open right now, but I tried to put my Discord in like the links in my Twitch, Twitter, all that stuff. So that way someone could invite or get invited to the Discord and join live while I'm flying and be like a co-pilot or the passengers or whatever. Not like role play, but like, you know what I'm saying, join the conversation, etc. I don't have it turned on right now. And I'm actually scared too, because the last time I streamed, I had an issue with, at the very end, I couldn't even land the plane because the game crashed for some reason. So, all right, let's tune to ATIS. We're JFK 128725. Let's see if I can get this both on the same screen. Can you zoom in? You cannot? Okay. 128725. Clear. What? All right. 128. Okay, why am I not hearing ATIS? 128725. We'll read it through text. Let me write some of this down. Information, Charlie. All right. It's like 22 right is the departing runway. We'll check that. And altimeter 3030. All right, that's all I need for now. Hope I can hear some people. Let's see, ground 121900. $119, 100. Why am I not hearing any audio? No, I just can't. I can't hear any audio at all. I don't know what's going on.
Citation November 195.
Here we go.
Holding short, Kilo Echo.
Scared me for a moment.
1952, continue taxi via Bravo, Echo, cross runway 13 left. Taxi Bravo, Echo, cross 13 left, 1952.
It's working so far. Hopefully this mod is doing something. I think I was even having trouble with the FMC last time I tried to use this. So far, working great. Okay. Not gonna fill in any of that. Let's see. Oh yes, it is working. Nice. I think we're flying at 40,000. Transition altitude 18,000. Yes, it does look like it's doing great. All right, let's see. Oh yes, didn't have any of this before. Oh, this is nice. Let's grab that and use that for our position. Okie-dokie. We are flying out of 22, right? This is the second time. Oh no, he hadn't sent me a message. That was. I haven't requested delivery yet.
The ramps uncontrolled, hold short Alpha, call for taxi.
That was just me using text for ATIS because I wasn't getting any sound. And I wanted ATIS. So. All right, let's see. Are we D's? We're coat. I don't see coat as a SID. We'll just choose whatever. We'll see what we get cleared for from VATSIM. We're flying to 27 right. Star wind. So far so good though. This is a lot more responsive. So the mod that I used was called Working Title CJ4, and it's great. Yeah, it's been flawless so far. Emma is our transition. Oh, oops. Emma. Okay, cool. Let's execute. Let's check our legs. We'll leave that. Oh. What? Oh, nice. How do I get rid of this discontinuity? I've got it selected here. Why can't I replace it? Invalid delete. Do you clear and then grab the discontinuity and delete it that way? No. What? Do I do clear first? Delete, maybe that. Invalid delete. What? Delete. Oh God, what am I about to delete? Execute it. Oh, come on. How do I get rid of this? That's typically how I would do it. What if I just bring these all the way up? There we go. That'll work. Alright, so we won't get vectored out. Or if we get vectored out, we just won't turn on our LNAV until we're past. Okay, let's check through this and see if there's any other... God, there's another discontinuity. Okay. Emma, replace. There we go. Okay, why weren't you doing that earlier? Weird. Good Lord. Why is that an invalid delete? I'm so confused. Delete this.
Citation 109.52, contact Kennedy Tower 19.1, good day.
Execute.
119.1, thanks for it, have a good night, 1952.
Alright, let's try Bonzo up to vectors. Alright, there we go. You have to take out the vectors, I guess.
Citation November 19052, ready for departure, 22 right.
Citation 19052, Kennedy Tower, fly runway heading, the wind 160 at 3, runway 22 right, clear for takeoff.
Fly runway heading, clear for takeoff, 22 right.
Okay, here's a problem. It's not letting me pull up wind data. But that's okay, because we got pretty much everything else set up. So I'm not that upset about that. Okay, I'm not going to request engine start. We're just going to try engine start, because last time I tried to do this, it wasn't working. Alright, turn this on. Let's see in N2 get up to 20. There's a vector there. Yeah. Ended up getting rid of it. We fixed it.
Number 15 heavy runway 22 right, taxi via Delta, Charlie, Echo, cross runway 13 left.
20.
Runway 22 right via Delta, Charlie, Echo, and cross. 13 left, United 15 heavy. Correction, not heavy.
Air France 9er heavy, squawk normal, hold short of Alpha, and call me back.
I know, yeah. I'm trying to hurry up and start this before the battery does die. All right, 20% and 2.
United 1-5, confirm you want us to continue on Alpha, and then Delta, down cross on through left and
Yeah, we've got some turbines spinning.
United 15, affirmative, Delta, so that's that exit off your right there, so turn right, exit the ramp at Delta.
Citation 1952, contact.
Emergency lights not armed.
Alright, over to departure. Look at that.
That's okay, I can arm some lights. Let's see.
to northwest exit the ramp.
Lights.
Then Delta onto Charlie.
This is only the second time I've flown this.
Left, and then onto Charlie United 50.
Lights. Swing in. That's okay. Let's turn on beacon, nav lights, strobe lights, logo lights. Alright, cool. Emergency
Alright, United
lights.
15, you're way past Delta in the ramp. At the next taxiway, the next one off your right, that's Whiskey. Same instruction, Whiskey, Charlie, Echo, cross 13 left.
What is the emergency
Whiskey,
lights?
Charlie, Echo, cross
Talking
13 left,
about,
United 50.
you can't be talking about landing lights. Talking about that. What is an emergency light? Safety? I don't know what it means by emergency light not armed.
United 15, we're gonna hold position. Our charts are kind of incorrect.
Okay, you just want to progress to taxi?
Go back
United
to night.
1-5, yeah, that would be optimal.
Okay, United
Okay.
15, this one, this taxiway here, you're on Whiskey, continue straight, alright, now you turn left, okay. Continue to the next taxiway, that'll be Victor Alpha. Turn right onto Victor Alpha, so right at the next taxiway, right onto the taxiway.
We were
after that
30-30
two-way
for
turn.
altimeter, right?
To right, thanks a lot. United 1-5.
30-30. See, this is a little bit more responsive. Let's see. Yeah, that works. See, this thing wasn't even working at all before, this mod. But yeah, not too bad. There we go. Okay.
Kennedy Tower, it is Delta
Really don't know what
Square,
that means.
2006, altimeter 3029.
Yeah, I do not. What do you mean emergency lights? What kind of emergency lights?
United 1-5, so right here, and then directly another right.
Affirmative.
Anyway, the map should load now. You guys should see my current position and the flight plan that we have. Really don't know what that means. There are no other lights.
United 1-5, link here, 13 left.
Okay, United 1-5, cross runway 13 left. That'll put you on Victor.
And there's
then
nothing
turn
up top
right
on this
onto
thing,
the
is there?
taxiway just beyond that, that's Charlie.
Not sure what these are.
Cross on the left on Victor, and then right on the Charlie, United 50.
Reference non-heavy runway 22 right, taxi be at
All right, what was my
Echo, cross runway 13 left.
November 254 Sierra Bravo? And we are information Charlie. All right. Put on another microphone that I have for VATSIM. Let's make sure this is still information Charlie. We are information Delta at this point. Altimeter still 30-30, 30-29. All right, let's change that. Perfect. Okay. What was it again? November. I'm gonna need to write this down. November 254. Sierra Bravo. Okay. All right, we're going to go ahead and request delivery clearance. Kennedy Ground, November 254, Sierra Bravo. Good evening. Information Delta. Request IFR to Chicago O'Hare.
Citation 254, Sierra Bravo, Kennedy Ground. I sent you a pre-departure clearance.
Roger, PDC. Thank you so much. Didn't see that. Actually, I don't think he did. We're going to pretend that he did. How about that? Now, before I actually pull up... Why are my lights flashing like that?
Air Canada 273, Kennedy Tower, the wind 210 at 6, runway 22 left, clear to land.
Land 22 left. You see a runway directly in front of you?
Okay. We'll go ahead and request push and start. I really hope I can get pushed out.
I mean, it's still a little while before you're up against it. So not this taxiway on your left. The next taxiway, not the runway. Turn left at this taxiway prior to the runway. So your next left from where you're at. Turn left onto that taxiway. That's Echo. And you can contact Tower 119.1.
Left on Echo, Tower 119.1 United 15.
I really don't know if this is going to work. Let's see. Uh-oh. Maybe it is. Last time I didn't get the, I didn't get all that animation. It's most likely in the message. Yeah, but typically what will happen is I'll have, like, we'll have messages and then, oh, geez, I thought I was selected on that tab the whole time. I'm so retarded. Okay, pre-departure clearance, start, call sign.
273, welcome to Kennedy. Exit the runway right when able.
Squawk 1502. Let's go ahead and do that.
Exiting runway right, Canada 273.
I didn't request pushback, but hopefully he's okay with this. All right, we're going to maintain 5,000. Let's see. I'm approved up to 4,000, 40,000. I need to squawk this 1502 though. All right, come on, get out of the way. Minimize that for now. All right, zoom in. 1502.
Air Canada 273, you can taxi via Juliet, hold short of Bravo.
Wait, what was it?
Runway 22 right at Juliet.
1502.
Juliet, hold short Bravo.
1502.
Air Canada 273.
15.
United 15, contact departure, have a good flight.
Departure United 15.
Your friends, not or heavy, contact Kennedy Tower 119.1, get in.
Air France 9er heavy, Kennedy Tower, runway 22 right, line up away.
Yeah, no problem. All right, if we can if we can expect 5,000, let's go ahead and adjust for that. Oh yes, this is working so much better than before. All right, 5,000. Cool. All right, and I was cleared to coat. I think that's what I've got set in my FMC.
Air Canada 273, hold a short, 22 right. Air Canada 273, crossing right, 22 right at Juliet, hold short of Bravo. Hold short Bravo, crossing 22 right, Air Canada 273.
I don't see codes. It's okay. We're going 22 right. We got that disconnect again.
Air Canada 273, contact Kennedy ground, 121.9er. Contacting Kennedy ground, 121.9er, thank you. Air France 9er heavy, fly runway heading, the wind 210 at 6, runway 22 right, clear for takeoff. New York ground, this is Air Canada 273, requesting taxi to the gate.
Air Canada Tower helicopter 12 Golf, Q guard at 1,900 feet to land, GA terminal.
Say again. That's your aircraft calling, repeat call sign.
Air Canada 273, at what taxiway do you enter the ramp?
Helicopter 12 Golf Kennedy Tower, landing at the GA ramp will be at your own risk. Traffic is not a factor.
You're fine.
I know where you are. I need to know where you're going. What taxiway do you enter the ramp area at?
My apologies, hotel.
Air Canada 273, turn right on Bravo, taxi to the ramp.
Air Canada 273, thank you.
JFK ground, November 254, Sierra Bravo, ready for taxi.
Number 4 Sierra Bravo, you said you're ready for taxi, you're ready for push.
Air France 9er, heavy contact departure, have a good flight.
Let's start with push.
Okay, the ramp's uncontrolled, hold short of Alpha. When you're ready for taxi, connect tower, runway 9.1.
Hold short Alpha when ready to taxi. Say again for tower.
119.1, when you're ready for taxi, call him.
119.1, November 254, Sierra Bravo. All right, so we're gonna go to hold on Alpha. So we essentially just need to turn around and yeah, that's it. Turn around. Let's do that. Oh, let's make sure parking brake isn't on. Can't tell if it is or not. I guess it is. All right, let's back out just a bit. Okay. Let's see. Go to the left here. Actually, we'll go to the left. Jeez, it's kind of loud.
Helicopter 12 Golf, Roger, exchange approved.
Let's go.
I didn't ask for taxi or pushback clearance. Oops. How come you're using the Steam Deck instead of your PC? Well, I wanted it to kind of be my thing. You know, I don't think there's anybody out there that streams on a Steam Deck, honestly. I think it's like a niche thing. So we're going to taxi out here, and we're going to hold short on Alpha. Yeah, I mean, why not? Everyone else streams on PCs, and they've got like perfect graphics, so well, instead of trying to compete with that, why not just try to do my own thing and do it all on a Steam Deck, or try anyway. Right. And we're gonna hold short here. And we're contacting 119.1. Let me check and make sure I'm set on 119.1. Let's see. Tuner. Oh, okay. I'm contacting 119.1 when I'm ready to taxi. Oh, go back. Well, how do I swap frequencies? What do you do to switch? You just hit this? No. You hit this guy? What the hell do you do? Tuner. Is there a switch? Message. What's the point in having a COM too? Okay, anyway, 119.1. Okay. Kennedy Tower. November 254. Sierra Bravo. Holding short of Alpha. Ready to taxi.
November 254 Sierra Bravo, Kennedy Tower. Can you do me a favor? Squawk 1502 and Mo Charlie for me, please.
1502 for Charlie. November 254. Sierra Bravo. God, I'm getting that echo in my... Let's see. Let's turn that off. Should be good. I think I'm ready.
November 254 Sierra Bravo, runway 22 right, taxi by Foxtrot, Echo, cross 31 right at Echo.
Yeah, clear, Chief. Foxtrot, Echo, cross 31 right, and Echo. November 254 Sierra Bravo. God, I gotta turn that off. That is throwing me off. I still hope I'm gonna be able to hear them, but I don't know why I'm getting an echo. Anyway, cleared the Foxtrot Echo. Foxtrot Echo. 31 right. Echo, 31 right for Echo. Okay. Essentially, we're going up. Sure hope I'll be able to hear them.
November 254 Sierra Bravo, fly runway heading to wind 21016, runway 2 right, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, November 254 Sierra Bravo. Have a good night.
Have a good night.
All right, let's take it off. Is what? Mic 2 is just for listening. Putting mic over to Com 2. Gotcha. Okay. Well, that makes sense. See if I can keep it straight down the runway. See if we can turn off this master caution. Not sure what we're cautioning about anyway. Alright, I think we're at V1. We'll come up. Alright, gear up. Alright, let's see. We got a flight director. We're going to do VNAV. Or that's LNAV rather. And we're going to do VNAV as well. And we're going to hold altitude, I think.
November 254 Sierra Bravo, contact departure, have a good flight.
Going over to departure. Have a good night. All right, let's see. Departure is 128.125. Kennedy departure, November 254 Sierra Bravo, heading up to 5,000.
November 254 Sierra Bravo, New York departure, radar contact, fly heading 050, climb and maintain 10,000, 10,000.
Kennedy departure, say heading one more time. Sorry.
No worries, November 254 Sierra Bravo, fly heading 050, and climb and maintain 10,000.
Well, that didn't work out now, did it? Was not paying attention to everything. Was sitting here writing down headings and altitudes. I wrote down 050 because I've got a little iPad next to me. And I definitely didn't need to pay attention to my iPad and notes when I'm heading for the ground and I don't have my aircraft trimmed correctly or anything. Wow, what a big, huge fail that was. All right, guys, I can't believe that just happened. All right, how do I feel about going right back to Kennedy and, well, that was horrible. I really did think, I thought everything was okay. Last time I looked at my vertical speed, we were climbing like crazy. I thought, okay, no problem. Full throttle, wide open throttle, no issues. Didn't think I was gonna have any issues with the climb. But yeah, definitely some issues. So everything was good to go. We were about to start flying our heading and climbing up to our cruising altitude, but oh no. I tell you what we're gonna do, guys. We're gonna take a 5-minute break. I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette, and then I'm gonna come back and we're gonna fly this exact same route, except I'm gonna fly it using Pilot to ATC instead of VATSIM. Pilot to ATC is a great app, by the way. Yeah, I wasn't even paying attention. Yeah, you got that great visual of the map and the details up. I wasn't even looking, which is failure number one there. But yeah, we're not going to fly VATSIM again because that's going to be hugely embarrassing to get back on and do the exact same thing over and over again. So we're going to head over to Pilot to ATC. But again, I'm not even going to throw up my BRB screen. We're just going to leave it on this great camera angle of the CJ4. And we'll be back in about 5 minutes, guys. Sorry about that. All right. I'm back, and I don't know what I want to do. I'm not sure if you're still watching, but would you be heartbroken if I flew a 7.3 instead of this CJ4? I'm comfortable on that aircraft, and I know, hey, thanks. But I'm not against flying the CJ4. I will fly it. I just don't know if the VATSIM situation. I hate to move over to pilot to ATC because I really wanted to do a VATSIM flight. And all the controllers are going away because it's, of course, Thanksgiving. Can't expect them to work for free on Thanksgiving. Could do a Philadelphia to O'Hare flight. And since we're going to a different airport, JFK has completely... Tell you what, we'll do VATSIM again. We'll just do Philadelphia to... And we'll do the CJ4. We'll do Philadelphia to O'Hare. Yeah, exactly, yeah. And plus the controllers that were there have gone to bed or whatever. We may get that... actually, no, we won't get that departure controller either. So, cool. All right, well, let's plan out a new flight. Let's do this. And we'll stick with the CJ7. I mean, CJ4. I do want to get a flight with that aircraft. I will say this. I did have an echo in my mic for some reason, and I don't know what's going on with that. But what was really throwing me off was trying to remember my registration number. November 254 Sierra Bravo. I'm so used to saying Southwest. So there was a lot of times there I wasn't repeating my call sign like I should have been to the controller. And that was just me being scared I was going to screw up my own call sign. Let's see. Here we go. Oh, is that it? Okay, that would make a lot of sense actually. Okay, so let me stop for a moment. What were you saying about COM2 and how do I switch over again? Let me read back up in the conversation. Yeah, you told me this earlier and I totally wasn't even watching because I'm on the same frequency. Put my mic over to COM2. We'll see. We'll see when I get in there. Okay. Generate the flight. I bet you're right though. Oh, okay. I bet you're right though. Alright, everything's pretty much the same here. A little bit bigger of a route. Okay. I'm at Kennedy, so I need to back out of this and go to Philadelphia. It's fun. The only thing about the CJ4 that I do not like is I wish it had auto throttle. It does not have auto throttle. So you've got to feather the throttle the entire flight. There's no cruise control, so to speak. That's quite annoying because you get lighter as the fuel. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But that's the only thing I don't like about it. Other than that, I think it's great. I think it's cool. I think it's a great segue from big heavy jet into, you know, like general aviation without having to fly a prop. I've never flown a prop before. We're going to Philadelphia. Is that Philadelphia? Yes. That seems like a big circle for this plane. I need to check my fuel and see if I'm loaded down with fuel or something. No, 50%, that's fine. Okay. Okay. Cool. I need to pre-file with VATSIM. even if you crash right after takeoff, it considers that a completed flight. It completed. I guess you could call it completed. All right. All right. File the flight plan. And fly now. So my banner should be updating. There we go. And let's see if I can refresh this to get an accurate reading of where I am. I guess that is reflective of where I am. Okay. We're going to do this manually instead of trying to use this app. So we're going to turn on battery. I will say this, it is very simple to start this plane from cold and dark. It's probably the easiest plane I've ever seen to start from cold and dark. All you need to do is turn on the battery in this panel on the left hand side. Then you're going to turn on your avionics, which is going to turn on your nav displays. And that's it. I mean, you are seriously ready to start your engines. That's seriously it. It's the easiest plane I've ever seen. Battery, turn on your battery, turn on your avionics, because I think your generators are already turned on by default. Yeah. So, oops. Not sure where that was set. What is that? Oh, I think that's for my displays. It doesn't matter. Okay, but yeah, this is it. But the problem is, I think you can pull ground power. I do believe you can do that. In fact, let me, instead of just talking about it, let me see. So if I go to ATC and I tune to ground services, tune to ground. See, actually, no, you can only connect the jetway, fuel supply, and pushback. So I don't have an option to connect it to ground services for power. And since this isn't a PMDG plane, I don't have a way to go into the FMC and do any of that. So that's the only other problem with this plane. Yes, I've only turned on 2 things so far and I'm ready to go, but I'll drain the battery really quick if I don't go ahead and start the engine. So I go ahead and start the engine even though I should be requesting this technically. But again, we're at a cold and dark situation. You turn on your battery, you turn on your avionics, you turn on right engine first. Technically you need to start with the right engine, and that's down here. Hit this little right button. And we go up here and we're looking at N2 and we want to see N2. You may be familiar with how to start a plane anyway. And I'll go over it anyway. You're waiting for N2 to get up to 20%. And then we're going to actually turn on engine 2. And then that's it. Flip this little cover, hit run for this engine. Flip this cover back if you want. That's it. And then you do the same thing for the left engine. I typically wait to make sure there's no issues. I guess it doesn't matter because there's no failures turned on. Shut up. But yeah, you turn on left engine, turn on, or I think this turns on fuel. You know, I'm not sure because again, during cold and start for this plane, you really don't have like fuel pumps to touch or anything like that. So I don't know. Oh, nice. I've never flown that. Yeah, this is a lot easier than doing like a cold and start from a jet, a heavy jet, like a 7.4 or 7.3. I talk about Boeing a lot because I'm more of a Boeing fanboy than an Airbus, but I am going to do a... Okay, let's go ahead and start left engine. I am going to do a stream with an Airbus eventually. And I'm going to do it fresh too. I'm going to do it like I've never flown one before, don't know what I'm doing, but everybody will get to watch my failures together. But this is it. After this, we're ready to go. The only thing I don't know 100% about is this, what emergency lights not armed. Obviously, I'm missing that, and I don't know where the emergency lights are. You know, these are the lights. This turns my panel on. Beacon lights, nav lights, strobe lights, logo lights. And you can turn on taxi lights. Does this work? Yes, nice. I've got a button on my And does taxi lights work? Yes, nice. I've got a button to turn on taxi and landing lights, so that's nice. Let's go ahead and set up our FMC. Actually, you know what? Let's open up vPilot. We're going to see about this. Like I say, I believe you're right. I believe 100% that you're right about this echo that I was hearing. Were you hearing the echo as well on my voice? We're going to 133.4. Oh, okay. Nice. Okay. So maybe don't tune this at all, like as a backup, and only tune this one, because I was tuned to 119 over here. You're exactly right. Okay, yeah. Okay, we'll say this. 133.4. So I'm just not going to touch COM2, maybe, and only...
Simultaneous approaches to parallel and intersecting runways 27 right, 35 and 26 in use. Arrivals expect ILS approach runway 27 right, visual approach runway 35, or visual approach runway 26. Notices to air mission. Operate transponder on mode Charlie on all taxiways and runways. Advise on initial contact. You have information India.
India. I'm going to wait and hear the altimeter.
International Airport Natives Information India. 2254 Zulu. Wind 180 at 3. Visibility 10. 30,000 meters. Temperature 10. 2.3. Altimeter 3028. Simultaneous approaches to parallel and intersecting runways 27 right, 35 and 26 in use. Arrivals expect ILS approach runway 27 right, visual approach runway 35, or visual approach runway 26.
Okay. I think, and you may not know either because you've never flown this plane, but I think this is like my standby. And I think if I set this as the next comm frequency that I want, maybe if I click here, it'll recall this. Or maybe if I click here, it'll recall it up here. Either way, I don't want to mess with it. And yeah, I'm just going to let the controller tell me where to go. All right, let's set up our FMC.
American 1202, Philadelphia ground. I just sent you your PDC. Feel free to read it back when you're ready.
Oh, this guy wants readbacks. Try it now. I will. Let me put in my flight information. Okay. I'm actually nervous about it.
Mike X-ray Echo, DNS file, maintain 5,000. Expect flight level 180, 10 minutes after departure. Departure frequency 122.8, squawk 3012.
American 1202, readback is correct. Pushing started at your discretion. Expect runway 27 left for departure. Advise ready to taxi.
Thank you so much.
No problem, Miss Byron, here.
$27 left. Oops. 27 left. Looks like we've only got the Philadelphia 2 departure right now, but that's fine. Coming into 27 right and Watson. 27 right. And Watson. Okay, what was my transition? Watson. Don't matter, we can change it in the air. Alright, let's check out our legs. Instead of vectors, we're going to go ahead to Bonnie. Next.
Philly grounds afternoon 370 miles parking at Cargo City with information India ready to taxi 27 left.
Runway 378 Lima, runway 27 left, taxi via Yankee Sierra.
The music's really jamming.
And cross runway 9er left at Yankee.
Okay.
27 left via Yankee Sierra, cross 1 left.
Let's see if I've been sent my PDC.
And Yankee
No.
370 Lima.
Alright, come on, iPad. You were doing the same thing earlier. It's being unresponsive. Oh, yeah, let's set our altimeter. 3028. All right, now information India. Oh, geez, I should have wrote this down. November, what is it? 254 Sierra Bravo. Okay. Yeah, here we go. We're gonna see if we get an echo here. Are we talking to Philadelphia grounds? Yeah. Philadelphia ground, November 254 Sierra Bravo. Good evening. Information, India, request IFR to Chicago O'Hare.
November 254 Sierra Bravo, Philadelphia ground. Good evening. You are cleared to Chicago O'Hare Airport by the Philadelphia 2 departure. Radar vector selected hot sound that is filed. Climb to 5,000 initially. Expect flight level 400, 10 minutes after the departure. Departure frequency is offline, squawk 3015.
All right, Philadelphia ground, we're cleared to the Philadelphia 2 departure. Cleared up to 5,000, expect 400, flight level 400, 10 minutes after departure. Squawking 3015, November 254 Sierra Bravo.
November 254 Sierra Bravo, read back correct. Pushing started at your discretion. Expect runway 27 left for departure. Advise when ready to taxi.
We'll advise when ready for taxi. November 254 Sierra Bravo. All right, cool. We've been cleared for push and start. And we've been cleared up to 5,000. So let's go ahead and do that. 5,000. Oh, I'm going to pay attention this time, and I'm not going to trust that. I'm not going to trust that the plane's going to go up. We're going to make sure it goes up. Okay, we're ready for taxi. Let's go ahead and call ATC, or we're ready for pushback rather. Request pushback. All right, do I have my lights on? I can't remember. Yes, I do. Yeah, I think you figured it out. I think it was me being such an idiot, and I've never flown this plane before. Well, I've flown, full transparency, I've flown it once before, but I didn't know that if you had COM 1 and COM 2 active, that it makes sense that you'd get an echo.
Philadelphia ground, Delta 4375, 40 miles northeast of airport on 40 mile approach, runway 27 right.
375, Roger. I do not have you inside yet.
Oh yeah, let's set our transponder.
As I'm working ground, I do not have any capabilities to handle you while you're in the air, I'm afraid. So frequency change is approved. Go back to Unicom on 122.8. I'll see you later.
Do I contact you when I'm on my final?
Out of 4375, I highly recommend you contact me once you're vacated the runway.
Copy Delta 4375, frequency change to 122.8. Have a good day.
My guy looks so cool in his shades. Yeah. It was the first time for me, and it was throwing me off because I didn't know if it was my audio software, that voice meter that you were looking at, or if it was something I was just doing. So I'm glad it was just something stupid that I was doing.
I'm a 37A Lima, Philadelphia ground. Do you plan on taking off from Yankee on runway 27 left?
Yeah, affirmative. 27 left, Yankee is fine for me. 37 Lima.
Other than the
November 378 Lima, please repeat. I heard some echo in your voice on that last transmission.
I think this is a great beginner aircraft. I think it's a perfect one, especially stepping into a jet.
378 Lima, Philadelphia ground. Amen.
Yes, 37 Lima, copy.
Oh, yeah, 378 Lima. I was just saying I couldn't hear your last transmission clearly. So could you please repeat? Where do you plan on taking off for 27 left?
Actually, at Sierra 1.
Hi, Roger. Just that I saw you going deep on the Yankee taxiway. I was wondering if you were trying to take off from there. Just don't worry about it.
All right, thank you. 37 Lima.
I feel like this thing is going to keep on pushing me until I stop it, so we're just going to go ahead and stop it.
Philadelphia ground, United 234, ready for taxi.
United 234, runway 27 left, taxi via Kilo, November, Sierra, cross runway 27 right at November.
Love these charts, though.
Again, Sierra 3.
Navigraph's awesome.
No problem.
And I haven't even used anything other than taxi charts right now. I haven't even used departure SID charts or star charts or approach, anything. Just using taxis right now, and it's worth the money in my opinion. Alright, we're going to 27 right, so he's probably going to have me go We'll
I'm sorry, I
just
gotta
see.
ask. I think it's you had a 234 because and I could have swore that sounded like an entirely different voice in the last transmission.
No, we're shared cockpit, but the observer mode wasn't working, so I just put an A after my call sign.
Oh, okay, that's my bad. That's my bad. I've never had to deal with a shared cockpit. That's new.
That's cool. Yeah, I like that.
Fully ground, Phenom 37 Lima is holding short, 27 left, ready for departure.
November 378 Lima, Manda Unicom on 122.8. You have a nice flight. Happy Turkey Day.
Unicom, and have a good Turkey Day, 37 Lima.
Delta 30, you're ready for taxi. Delta 3083, runway 27 left, taxi via Kilo, Mike Sierra, cross runway 27 right at Mike. Delta 3083, I'm so sorry, somebody else was yelling at me. Say it again, please. Delta 3083, runway 27 left, taxi via Kilo, Mike Sierra, cross runway 27 right at Mike. Alright, that was Kilo, Mike Sierra, will cross 27 right at Mike for Delta 33.
Billy Ground, November 254 Sierra Bravo, ready for taxi.
November 254 Sierra Bravo, runway 27 left, taxi via Echo Sierra, cross runway 27 right at Echo.
All right, heading for Echo Sierra, crossing 27 right at Echo, November 254 Sierra Bravo. Let's do it. All right, turn on my taxi lights. And wait. We're going to Echo Sierra, which, yeah, is to the left. Well, no. Echo to Sierra. So Echo to Sierra, way down there. Okay. And then we're crossing 27 right at Echo. Okay, cool. All right, let's do it. Oh, stop. Freaking park and brake. Turn off our flashing lights too. All right, let's go. Oops, wrong way. Can I cross right there? No, I can't. Stop. I can cross up here, though. Oh, buddy, don't hit me. All right, this is going to be Echo, right? Show me. Oh, wait, no, this isn't Echo. Go. Echo is up here. Cool. Give us some flaps for takeoff. I got scared there. I thought I was crossing a runway.
Delta 3083, monitor Unicom on 122.8. You have a nice flight and a very happy Turkey Day. Same to you, sir. You have a good one.
Stop. Stop. Oh, wait. No. I'm at 35. What am I doing?
November 2540 Bravo. It appears that you hold short of runway 35 at Echo.
Roger that. Coming back to 27 left.
November 2540 Bravo, Roger. Straight across 35 at Echo. Any taxi via Delta Sierra, cross runway 35 at Sierra.
Delta Sierra, cross 35 at Sierra. Alright, so...
And November 2540 Bravo, advise that you are squawking 3015.
How did that change? Squawking 3015, November 2540 Bravo. Alright. So, wait. Delta Sierra. Wait, hold on. He clued me Delta Sierra, so I need to go this way. No, this way. Delta Sierra. Wait, I'm going the wrong way. Hold on. Let's do a big turnaround here. Alright, let's see. We'll go Echo Sierra. It's fine.
Philadelphia ground Delta 4375. I have vacated runway 27 right, requesting taxi to Gates Bravo.
Delta 4375, welcome to Philadelphia. Happy Thanksgiving. Delta Gates Bravo Gates. Bravo Gates via November. Have a nice night.
Taxi Gates Bravo via November. Happy Thanksgiving and have a good night.
Actually, you know what? I think I had to stay on Sierra. I can go to Sierra 3, I think. Yeah, I think so. Oops, having all kinds of problems. Yeah, I think Sierra 3 is my takeoff. We'll get there eventually, guys. At least he hasn't called me out, probably because it's Turkey Day and there's not that many people on. But yeah, I definitely screwed all that up. It's okay, though. We got it. Alright, stop right here. Still squawking correctly, right? 3015, that's right. 121.9. 121.9. May have to give him a little ping. Oh, wait, looks like someone's lined up and waiting, so it's okay. We'll wait. No wonder he hasn't given me clearance. I can be patient, guys. He was patient with me while I was doing all this crazy maneuvers. Thank goodness I'm on a small plane and not like a 737 or something, or 747. This airport confuses me, though. That's not the first time I've gotten thrown off by 27 left and tried to go to Sierra 1. It throws me off. And I think someone earlier requested Sierra 1 for takeoff. So it's an easy mistake to make. Yeah, there's no way I could have done those crazy turnarounds, U-turns.
Philly ground, this is an FX forward. We still good to have the same taxi route. We're having some good old technology issues.
United 284, Roger, runway 27 left, taxi via Kilo, November, Sierra, cross runway 27 right at November, got all the technology.
Yes, sir, we are still all good to get off at Sierra first.
Hey, fine.
Alright, thanks, thank you.
I'm a 254 Sierra Bravo on the Unicom on 122.8. You have a nice flight. Happy Turkey Day.
confused.
Attention contract to United Flight 234. Be departing off runway 27 left. Upon takeoff, and you're turning left 230. Central traffic 9240, everyone climbs to 4000 for 230. Direct gauge.
altitude. Altitude. Altitude.
Oh wow, I had myself muted. Oh geez, that's not helpful. I was sitting there talking the whole time. I think I've got it figured out. I think it was as simple as I didn't have autopilot turned on, which is kind of stupid. But I think it's following now. I think it's following the flight plan now as well. I want to give it a moment and make sure that it lines up. And then I'm going to research these. Actually, let's go ahead and research them now because I think we're good to go. I think it is leveling at 40,000 now. CJ4 emergency lights. Is that what it says? Emergency lights not armed. Oh, there it is. Where is that? Is that over here? Yeah, emergency lights. Okay, cool. One problem down. Yay. All right, let's see what the second thing means. Pilot, static, cold, both. Pilot, static, cold, both. From what I'm seeing, this is a known issue, and there's nothing you can do to fix it. Yeah, just gonna have to deal with that warning, I guess. I think it came in with this mod that I brought in. But yeah, I'm not seeing anything other than that this is a known issue. Or what are we beeping about now? This is overspeed. Alright, let me back off the throttle. Again, it sucks that you got to sit here and monitor the airspeed. You can't fly faster than 235, I think, is the limit on this CJ7. But yeah, sadly, I don't see any information online other than this is a known issue. But yeah, we're flying great. You need to find out how to turn on the lights. I did. I figured out the light situation. The lights was just the switch right here. Emergency lights armed. I forgot to turn this on. So the light situation is done. That was just a boo-boo on my part. But I think this other situation is a big problem. Well, I don't think it's a big problem, but it's an annoying noise. I don't think if I hit these, it's going to go away. Yeah. I don't know what that means. Turn on some anti-ice. I don't think that matters. Oh wait, it went away. Okay, it was something that I hit over here. Yeah, it's gone now. But I still hear that noise. Find out how to turn on the cockpit lights. Is it this? No, it's not that. I'm not sure. This is really the light panel. Passenger lights. But there's no... I still don't see a cockpit light. Climate control. Yeah, I don't see a light for the cockpit. Unless it's one of these things up at the top. What does this do? Oh, there we go. There we go. So it's these lights. Groovy. So yeah, if you ever need to find the cockpit lights, they're up top. I wonder why I'm still hearing that noise, even though I need to kind of even these out so that I'm not using more fuel on the left than on the right. Alright, there we go. But I definitely hear that noise, and I didn't hear it yesterday, so I'm not sure where it's coming from. Yay! But we figured it out. We're on our flight plan now. As you can see, we're kind of following along. So we're on our way to Chicago. Cool. And let's see. I don't think that map is following along. Maybe it is. Let's see if I can back out a little bit on it. But yeah, that should be following me. Cool. We'll turn up the music now since we're on Unicom. And
looking like further ground stepping away about 4 minutes.
Looks like we've got about an hour and a half before we're going to be touching down. CJ4 is not meant to be at 40,000. Oh wow. Okay. Okay. Well, I'm not going to take it down. I'm just going to let it, since it took me so long to kind of figure out the autopilot. I'll just leave it at 40,000. But I noticed this yesterday when I took the CJ4 up to, like, I think it was 42,000, maybe 43,000. It started beeping about oxygen. So it's definitely not pressurized for that high of an altitude. So I get what you're saying. Well, I wonder. God, I got the music so loud here. I wonder why SimBrief said, or put, because I let it auto cruise me, and it put me at 40,000 on the CJ4. I definitely selected it. I don't know. I would assume this thing knew what it was talking about, but I don't ever specify flight levels. I let SimBrief kind of tell me what to do. But yeah, I guess it got it wrong. It got this wrong too, because we're doing the Philadelphia 2 departure, and it put me to direct to Papa Tango Whiskey. Direct to Sierra. Maximum range. I'll have to check that out. I don't have a way to click on a link right now, but I'll check it out in just a moment. That might tell you what it's meant to be at. Do you think that's what the beeping's for? I'll tell you what, I do kind of want to take it down to 35,000 and see if the beeping goes away. Let's see. Ah, come on, cooperate with me. 45,000. Vertical sync. Go down. At least the autopilot's working with me now. Yeah, that's a good point. Right now we're only going 180. We're okay. Is it only rated for like 240 knots? Because it does have a quick overspeed warning that comes up. Yeah. Oh, but if you check it out, you know, even with all these mods running, and I think FSRealism is running, yeah, see it picked up the profile for the CJ4, it's still getting 30 frames per second. So that ain't too bad. Not running on a Steam Deck on Windows. It's not too bad at all. There are moments where it drops, you know, pretty drastically, but overall it's not too bad. I'm going to step away for a moment. I hope I'm not in the ground when I come back, and I hope this plane actually levels off at 35,000, but hopefully when I come back the beeping will be gone as well. I'm going to take a small break there, guys. I'll be right back.
JetBlue 422 for the aircraft ground. 422, Philadelphia ground, go ahead. Philadelphia ground, good evening. JetBlue 422, I don't know at what gate I'm sending, but request RQ2 Boston with information active on board. JetBlue 422, happy Thanksgiving, good evening. Due to the route restrictions between here and Boston, I will have to limit your cruise altitude to flight level 230, is that okay? Flight level 230 for JetBlue 422. Roger, JetBlue 422, you are clear to the Boston Airport by the Philadelphia to departure. Radar vector direction limit file. Climb to 5,000 initially, expect flight level 230, 10 minutes after departure. Departure frequency is offline, squawk 3021. Squawk 3021 request, flight number 230, 10 minutes after departure, climb via the Philadelphia 2, direct ditch, top altitude 5,000 feet, 17 inch, 30, that's confirmed, that's important. JetBlue 422, read back is correct. Closing status as detection. Expect runway 27 left for departure. Advise ready taxi. Roger, thank you. Can we maybe get the runway 27 right? Because I think I have like the wrong scenery. I have to cross the stop time. That's what JetBlue 422. That's a situation if there ever was one. Just due to the weather, we're not running runway 27 right today. If you're having trouble with the scenery I can probably give you a 17 if that works. Yeah, we would take 17 then. Hi, Roger, expect runway 17, device ready to taxi. 17, Roger, thank you, JetBlue 422.
Cover Grass Delta, continue to short Runway 5, via Charlie. Cross 32 and Charlie Delta.
I'm back. I've never heard of some of that stuff. The pilot tubes freezing, I've never heard of that. I think I have failures turned off, at least on you have failures. Oh, never mind. I do have failures turned on, but I think, yeah, speed's fine. Actually, I'm going to speed up a little bit so we can get there a little quicker. But I still hear that noise. I still hear that beeping. It's very faint, but I swear I did not hear that yesterday when I flew this plane. Yeah, I don't know. You see how it's shaking? I don't know if you can see that. it's shaking the screen. That's that FSRealism. When I give it some throttle, if I give it too much, it starts to shake the fuselage. So yeah, it's kind of cool. Yeah, it really adds, and it's not just that. It does a lot of stuff. In fact, now's a good time we can kind of go through, and it's all different depending on the aircraft. But you can hear toilets flushing in the background from the people that are in the. I know some of this is very like novelty, like sneezing, you know, scare your eye. This is kind of funny, like when you do something crazy. You can hear your passengers screaming in the background. But there are other things that really are really great, like ground roll. You can actually hear as you're taxiing. I probably have to turn up the noise a little bit for you to actually hear it, and it's definitely going to be more pronounced on larger aircraft, you know, but you can actually hear ground roll. You can get a landing applause if you do a good landing. Ground effect. You can hear the, again, this depends on the aircraft. Some of the larger aircraft, you're not going to hear any engine noise reflected back, but some smaller prop airplanes, you would definitely hear this engine noise. So a lot of this stuff is kind of cool. And it does a lot, and it does all this automatically. I didn't have to set up anything. I just downloaded it and installed it, and every time I log in, it recognizes what plane, and it pulls profiles from online that people have made for these that are supposed to be close to how this plane reacts. So it's a really cool app. Probably one of my favorite apps. I have xEnviro too. This was more of a X-plane app. It pulls METAR and TAF data. Let's see. Record.
Jet422 at Bravo, ready for testing, running 17.
It's kind of cool because, like I say, it updates every 5 minutes, so it gives you information up to date. Like I really need to be looking at my TAF. Hold on just a moment. Yeah, here we go. So I can expect pretty much no weather. Yeah, I like this. Now, again, Microsoft, let me see if I can move this over. Microsoft gives you a weather in your toolbar. And just to kind of have a comparison here between Microsoft and... it won't let me pull this for some reason. I guess because I'm using this app. But if you use live weather, which I thought live weather was turned on, but if you use live weather, it will pull METAR data, but it won't pull TAF information. So you can't see ahead of time, but you can see the current airport. And I don't know how, I guess you can use the time here, but I wish this was working so we could match the times and see which one is more recent. That would be a good thing to compare. But it also shows you airports that are nearby where you're currently at. If you had to do like a diversion or something. So it's kind of cool. I don't use it that much though. Honestly, the weather's been really nice lately. I haven't encountered any bad weather at all. You can see on the map, I've got weather turned on. There's nothing, no precipitation at all. We're way off of our flight plan on the map there, but that's because we had to take the Philadelphia 2 departure. In fact, let's do some of this stuff since we turn off ATC and weather. Let's pull up some charts. So we are going to O'Hare. I'm going to be coming in, I think it was windy, I think is the way, is our star. Actually, maybe it isn't. Watson. Oh, Watson. No, it didn't look familiar. Yeah, here we go. This is going to be where we come in at. There's Watson. I don't see any restrictions. Again, I just love Navigraph. On the flight, it's the ETE in the very top, about an hour and a half. Probably about an hour before we start our descent. I mean, I'm going to try to push the speed and trim that down a little bit if possible, but and we're going to be coming into, I keep forgetting, 27 right. Alright, it's like our touchdown elevation. I don't even know if you can set this in this aircraft. I don't think you can. But we've got our localizer frequency. I believe this is missed approach frequency. Actually, no. This is missed approach frequency. We need to climb to 1,100 feet and then turn right for 4,000 feet for a missed approach. Cool. I'm not going to set any of this yet. It's a little early. But again, a situation where Navigraph is just amazing. Just love it. Worth the money. If you're not going to get anything else other than Microsoft Flight Sim, definitely get a Navigraph subscription and run it off of one of your other devices.
Have a great day. Bye-bye. Oh, and I almost forgot. Happy birthday day.
Wait, what are these people talking about? Are they having like conversations? Let me turn the music down. We're still on Unicom, right? So nobody should be asking for clearance. You clear yourself on Unicom. Oh no, how did I switch back to that? I click that. Okay, that does work. If you hit recall, that's like your standby for COM 1. And then my transponder keeps changing. 3015. I'm not sure if I'm hitting a button or something. Yeah, I might just ask for and get it yearly. Yeah. I think yearly is the way to go because it's a lot cheaper. Now, you know, a lot of companies, you buy a monthly subscription and then they'll offer you an annual one, and the annual one really isn't any kind of discount or anything. It's like the same cost. But I think Navigraph does offer a pretty good discount for yearly versus monthly. So, and it's one of those where you can purchase an annual and set it and forget it, you know, you don't have to worry about it. I don't know if you're interested in streaming, but I created some cool little lower thirds here that pop up that show, you know, my handle or tag or how to find me on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, Twitter. I'm on it all. I'm not even sure what you're watching on. You're watching on Twitch. I see. But what's cool, I've got a program called Restream. It's a subscription-based thing, but it allows all the conversations. So if someone were to message me on Twitter or to leave a message on Twitter, it's going to show up in this chat for everybody to see. Same with YouTube. If they make a comment on the YouTube video, it'll show up in this chat. So this chat's like a collection of all of the chats of everywhere. So I think that's cool. Sadly, I've got no viewers, but, you know, who knows? Maybe one day. It's nice to have some engagement, though. That's very nice. Especially the constructive criticism that helped me get some of those noises to go away, and give me some tips on this plane as far as some of its restrictions on flight level. But yeah, that's kind of the reason I went with this name, Steam Deck Pilot, is I wanted to be strictly Steam Deck and not like a high-end GPU or something. I've never heard of that. Definitely would join the forums and check it out. The more I use VATSIM, the more I think I may want to become a controller at some point. Kind of give back a little bit for all the people that helped me out. The only thing is, with the controller situation, again, I don't know the ins and outs of it, but I would hate to get on some kind of schedule to where I had to show up for quote-unquote work, versus if I can put my own volunteer time in when I want to show up. I would hate to get into a group where they're like, all right, it's your turn, you're on rotation, you have to do it. That would suck, to have to stick to a schedule or something like that. But other than that, yeah, it would be cool. I don't know if they're that strict. Maybe they're not. But it probably is kind of like a job. You have to have coverage. I guess if you've said that you're going to cover something, I don't know. I will say something cool. If you look on the VATSIM map, oh, look at this. I think we've got, no, that's Midway. Midway's got ground and tower right now. But if you look on this this website, map.vatsim.net, not only is this a great tool for, you know, seeing what controllers are online, and you can actually track your flight. I think this is, where are we? Oh, this is us. 254 Sierra Bravo. You can click on your flight and kind of track everything. It's kind of cool. But if you notice at the very bottom, it will pop up like different things. It will say what controllers are online, what airports are really popular where a lot of people are, and it will also pop up people that are streaming. Check on my fuel. I think I'm fine. It's not that far. I did a flight last night from Charlotte to LAX on this plane. That was a crazy one. I really didn't know if I was going to have enough fuel. It was more of a fun trip to see if I could test the limits, but maxed out on fuel, and we made it. I still had not much, but maybe 200 gallons of fuel left. It was really close. But yeah, I think a half a tank, I think, is what I've got now, and yeah, I think I'm fine. But yeah, since you're bringing it up, let us take a moment to look at it. In fact, that's a good point. Let's bring this. For some reason, my throttle quadrant that I have, there's a little dead zone or something there, and if I push them at the same level, it doesn't level them off. That's fine. Leave that there. But no, 900 pounds times 2, 1,800 pounds. I think I'm fine. Yeah, it's I'm using the Boeing Thrustmaster Boeing version throttle quadrant, and yeah, I love the yoke. Let me stop and say that the yoke is like one of my favorite yokes to use, but the throttle quadrant could leave a little bit to be desired. It's not that awesome. And I guess you gotta kind of give and take on that kind of stuff. You know, you get what you get. This freaking hobby can turn into a huge money pit, is what it can do, because then you'll get a throttle quadrant that you don't like, and then you're like, well, why don't I just go buy another throttle quadrant? And then the next thing you know, you got a whole indoor flight sim, $200,000, a third mortgage on your house, and yeah, it can get a little crazy. speaking of that, I have seen some 737 flight sims, like nice built, you know, like they had the overhead panel complete, throttle quadrant, FMCs both for co-pilot and pilot. They had like force feedback yokes, which is unbelievably expensive. Those are expensive. I had the Velocity one before this. There's nothing wrong with that. It's a great yoke. And I feel like there was less setup on that yoke than this yoke. This yoke took me a while to get it working, but I have the yoke, 2 throttle quadrants, so that way I have 4 engines if I fly 747, and I have rudder pedals as well, all Thrustmaster. Turtle Beach is great. I have an Xbox as well, and I was using the Turtle Beach on my Xbox. It was wonderful. And I like how the Turtle Beach, see, all right, here's a little gripe about this Thrustmaster, but I have 2 Boeing throttle quadrants paired together. One is a master and one is a slave. However, it allows me to have a speed brake, 4 engine controls, and flap controls, as well as all the buttons. But if I were to have just 1 throttle quadrant, I would only have 3 levers, which would be 1 lever for speed brake, 2 levers for engines, and that's it. I would have to assign my flaps to something completely different. That is so stupid. And I think, if I remember correctly, Velocity 1 has 4 gears, or whatever you want to call them, so that way you can have 2 controls for engine, 1 for flaps, and 1 for speed brake. I mean, yeah. That makes so much more sense. I don't know why they didn't put an extra one on just 1 throttle quadrant, so that way you can just buy 1 and be done. But in my opinion, and again, it all comes down to opinion, this yoke feels more realistic. Not only does it feel realistic, and it's because I've put the max. This is adjustable, and it lets you put more tension or less tension. You can adjust springs. I can't remember if the Velocity one does that as well. It may. But if you look it up, Thrustmaster Boeing Edition, the yoke looks exactly. It's modeled after a 787, like the new 7 series from Boeing, and it looks amazing. When I hold this yoke in my hand, it feels like I'm flying a Boeing, which that's mainly the plane that I fly. I don't really fly a lot of general aviation. But no, again, not trying to talk you out of it. The Velocity one's great, and I think it's got some pros above this Thrustmaster. I always wanted a Yoko yoke. I think that's the name brand of them, because I always heard amazing things about them. I don't know if you are familiar with who I'm talking about. I never had a chance to fly one or use one, but they're quite expensive. When I priced it up, and this was probably 5 years ago, I think it was like $1,000 for it. I'm not even sure if they're even made anymore. But they're not force feedback or anything like that. It's just a standard spring yoke. But everybody raved about them. Oh, so do I. God, I wish, and I get it because there's not really a market for it. But I wish like King's Dominion or Carowinds or one of these theme parks would, go ahead and purchase like a full sim. And let like let's say a pilot be in there with someone else and let them fly and fill the sim and do some crazy stuff and maybe you could pay for a one-on-one experience to actually do a flight. Because I'm sure there's a lot of people like myself, and you sound like you're into it as well. Like, we love this hobby, but I would pay money, like big money. Oh, you can do something like that. Probably not at like theme parks, right? How much is it? Again, I can't click on links right now. I'm gonna guess before you tell me. Probably 2,000 per person. Close? Oh, that's in the UK too. I wonder if they have that stuff in the US. Ah, 30 minutes, 40, I don't know if that's euros or pounds. Illiterate when it comes to foreign currency. Book now, 1 hour. That is awesome money though, because I think the conversion rate right now is, I think that would be like $50, maybe US dollars, something like that. That's cheap, in my opinion. I would probably book an all-day event there if it's a true simulator. That sounds amazing. $50 more. I got you. I wonder if they have anything like that over here. That'd be so cool. Yeah, that's nothing. That's way off from what I said. I mean, like a legit simulator, you're probably talking like $500,000 easy. How are you going to recoup your money at $150 each? That's why I said 2,000. But geez. Oh, tons. I mean, I would be there lining up all the time. I would love it. Especially like a full motion sim, you know, where the whole cabin moves as you fly, shakes as you taxi. That would be so awesome. That would be so immersive, so awesome. I mean, that's the main reason. I'm going to speak for myself because I don't want to speak for you as well. But that's the main reason I and others spend so much big bucks on these mods. Is we want to completely immerse ourselves in realism as much as we possibly can. They have VATSIM flights. That would be so cool. That would be really cool. Yeah, that would be full immersion. That would be so fun. I would want to do like challenges. Like I would want them to, you know, do a fuel challenge where I'm running out of fuel and I don't have a chance at a missed approach, or like a engine bird strike or something to where we need to divert. I think all that kind of stuff would be really fun. Because you're not going to fly far on a standard flight in 30 minutes. You're going to you maybe taxi out and take off from a runway, and then you're going to have to give up your time. But if I'm going to have 30 minutes or an hour, I'd rather do like a quote-unquote mission or a challenge or something. Well, I'll take it back. I mean, on a small aircraft, like a Cessna or shoot, even what I'm doing right now, if you're flying VFR, you probably can get a good flight in 30 minutes, you know, an hour. But I haven't looked at that link, so I'm not sure if this is a 737 sim or a general aviation small aircraft sim, or exactly what it is. Yeah, I mean, you know, you're not going to get a whole lot done, but that's definitely something you can't get at home unless you're a millionaire. And at one point, I was looking into like piecing together not an overhead panel, but a throttle quadrant with maybe radio comms, and I don't know if I'd go all the way down to a transponder, but even if you have the money to get it, unless you get one that's pre-built already, you have to get like Raspberry Pis and all this other stuff to code in, you know, what each button's going to do, what each lever's going to do, and then you have to code that into your sim. Like, it is a horrible adventure. I watched, I think, a YouTube video of someone doing that, like building a panel from, you know, scratch, and building the little PCB boards to plug it all into, and it's a mess. It turns into a big rat's nest very quickly. I'm going to try to push this up to 235. I don't know if that's turbulence or what's going on, but plane's like bobbing up and down. Still looks okay. Feels okay. We're about 300 nautical miles from Bonnie, which is our waypoint. And you know what's horrible about this, and maybe it works now. Let's go back to legs. Yes, it does work now. So before, you really do need this mod. So if you're going to use Microsoft Flight Sim and you're going to plan on flying this plane, definitely get this mod. Let me see if I can find it. I'm going to look in my history and see if I can find it. Come on. My browser's not responding right now. Okay. Here it is. Working title dot arrow packages CJ4. this thing right here actually makes the CJ4 flyable. I mean, it's that bad. Without this, like, nothing works. I couldn't get anything in the flight, the FMC to work. Half the autopilot wasn't working. I wasn't even getting any range here. Nothing. So, yeah, if you're gonna do it, it's free. It doesn't cost anything, which is amazing. But definitely keep that website handy and download this bad boy. Now, when you get it, all you do, I'm not sure if you're playing this on a PC or Xbox. On the Xbox, you don't have any choice. You're not going to be able to do this. But on a PC, you would go into your community folder, which I'm not sure if you know where your community folder is, but it varies. Like, for example, mine's on Steam. So if I go into my user account, my name, app data, roaming, Microsoft Flight Sim and packages, there's my community folder. I have a lot of mods in here, but this is the mod I'm speaking about. It's amazing. But yeah, we're about 300 nautical miles. Let's go back to the FMC. I can't get any route data. I don't know why I can't pull up leg wind either to put in wind speed. Whatever. I mean, probably looking in total at about 400 nautical miles. We're going to start our descent. Well, it looks like we don't have any altitude restriction or speed restriction or anything. So we'll start our descent at Fridge though. But this plane drops like a rock. It really does. It's not like a big heavy jet. It really does come on down when it needs to come down. So it doesn't really matter when we start our descent. I hear some beeping, but I don't think I'm over speed. I'm 233. I think that's that same beeping that I heard before. What is display menu? Window. Yeah, I want all that the way it is. Cool. Let's direct to frequency, hold, program, position. Why do I have two FMSs? It's weird. But yeah, none of this would work before without that mod. I couldn't go into the, I don't know if you call this a FMS or a CDU, as it's calling it, but it's calling it a CDU as well, so it don't matter. Cool. It's pretty easy, easy flight plan here with no restrictions or no anything to worry about. Oh, I think we are over speed now. I do have another tool. Yeah, let me back off a little bit. I'll show you the website for that as well. I have this running on my iPad. It's called iFMS. I think it's about a $20 program. I don't think it's too much. And you buy it from the iOS store or Google store, depending on what kind of phone you have. But it's free to download for the computer. And essentially what it does is it turns your iPad into, well, quite a few things actually. It'll turn it into a PFD. It'll turn it into an HSI. You got ECAS data here that you can turn it into. And it's kind of nice because you can visually see all of this on an iPad without having to constantly scroll down and look at screens. You can pull up your FMS. Actually, I didn't know that it would let you pull that up before. FMC programming. Nice. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, it does have FMC programming, but it pulls, you have to put it in separately. So this does communicate to the computer, and it knows, and it pulls Microsoft Flight Simulator data, but it doesn't pull the flight plan or anything from the computer. So you have to manually go in and enter everything in twice. So not just for the CDU on the plane, but also here as well. But once you do that, it's very nice. I have it set up, my display is set up just like his. I have my PFD on the left and HSI on the right. And that allows me to track my flight plan the whole way, make sure I'm on course, as well as like monitor altitude, speed, etc. So it's kind of a cool app. And I run that on my iPad more than anything else. And it's got up-to-date ARAC information from Navigraph, as well as weather information as well. Kind of cool. No, you missed my speech. I was talking about a lot of stuff. Nah, it wasn't important though. I don't even remember what I was talking about. Oh, I think I was mentioning some of the mods that I use. I was talking about how, I mean, it's okay, I can bring it back up. This app, iFMS, that I use, it allows you to run an iPad, and I can run my HSI and PFD. It runs more than that. It runs your ECAS data as well, but it links up with the sim, and it allows me to see these screens on an iPad without having to constantly look down. Yeah, it's nice. Now there's some limitations to it. It's cheap. I think it's like 20 bucks, 10 or 20 bucks, and you get it from either the Apple Store or Google Store. So you have to pay for it for the app on the iPhone or iPad. But once you get that, the Windows part is free to download, and you install this and it'll communicate with the iPad. The limitation here is that it does pull in active data from Microsoft Flight Sim as far as your speed, your altitude, making sure you're on your flight plan, your heading, all of that good stuff, tailwinds, all of that, your wind data. Anyway, but you have to type in the So essentially you're putting your flight plan in your normal FMC or CDU, and then you're going to have to put it in here as well. So it's not going to pull your flight plan data, sadly. But once you put it in here, it's set, and then you can just look at your iPad constantly and see your current see everything just like you would in a real plane. It's nice. And I run this on my iPad more than anything else. So yeah, I would definitely recommend this. I can't remember what the other thing I was talking about was. It was a website. Let me see if I... Oh, this. Definitely take this website down. I'm not sure if you're going to be flying your CJ4 on Xbox or on a PC, but if you're on a PC, you absolutely need this this mod. It's free. It doesn't cost you anything, and you just install it in your community folder just like you do anything else. But without this mod, none of this stuff worked. Like, I couldn't get any of my autopilot to work. The FMC was, I mean, I barely got a flight plan in it. I couldn't do anything else. Half the buttons didn't work. And this is crazy because this is a native plane on Microsoft Flight Sim. You'd think they get their stuff figured out and get it working, but it was horrible. But after installing this free mod, doesn't cost you anything, this free mod, everything works now, and it's perfect. So if you're going to be flying the CJ4, take this website down and download this free mod, install it, because it makes this CJ4 actually flyable. And again, free. This one costs money. Again, I don't remember how much, but this one's free. And I still hear that beeping, but we're not over speed right now, so we're fine. We're still okay on fuel. Looking good. And we're only about 250 nautical miles from where we're going to start our descent. So I would say, even though it says 57 minutes to ETE, probably going to start our descent in about 30 minutes. So shouldn't be much longer. And happily we didn't crash and burn on the runway after takeoff. God, what a horrible start to my stream. And you see now we're almost at 40 frames per second. So it varies depending on, I think I play online, and I should probably turn that off, because depending on who's loading in, especially at a really busy airport, that's when the frames drop, not during normal flight. Here, I'll call this out as well. It starts off as a free app, but it can turn into a paid app because you kind of need the pro version of it. But it's a very cool app. It allows you to essentially turn your iPad or your phone into a little push button touch screen that you can set up for like a flight or like a panel. I want to show it to you, but it doesn't look like it wants to load for me. Yeah, it seems to be crashing. Let me see if I can run it as administrator. It won't let me. Yeah, I wish I could show you that, but it's just not loading up for me. Never heard of that. But I have used Air Manager before. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that. That's a great app to use for small aircraft, and you may end up liking Air Manager better than iFMS, because They both kind of offer the same thing. Here, let me see if I can find it for you. Oh, okay, X-Plane. Yeah, it's for Microsoft Flight Sim too. But yeah, that's kind of better because that gives you not just PFD and HSI information, but actual, you know, panels that look almost identical to some of those smaller aircraft like Beechcraft and things like that. So, oh, looks like something loaded up. Here we go. I think I've got like 30 of them loading right now. Okay, but yeah, I'll show you what this does. This app is free, it's freeware, but you really need the pro version if you want to do like use it as a flight panel or a panel for flying, because I think it limits you to only 8 buttons with the free version. So you may be able to make that work, you know, but I'm not sure why it's taken so long to load some of these others. Maybe it will load up in a moment. Oh, nice. Oh, geez, you followed me. Thank you so much. And there should have been a notification that popped up. You must have followed me while I was not paying attention. Did you see a notification come up on the stream? Either way, thank you. Oh, wow. I don't even know if you could hear me at all. Had myself muted there. But again, thank you so much for following. I'm not sure why it didn't come up. And I'm the same. I like to help as well. I like to call out, you know, when a mod is worth the money. I know a lot of them out there are really like cash grabs and things like that. So, come on. Eventually one of these is going to load up and I'll show you what it does. Surprisingly though, it's here we go. Let's see if we can close these others. Close this one. Okay, here we go. Okay, so essentially this is the panel that comes up on your iPad or your phone, and you can set them up to be like different things. So when I first open the app, this is what comes up, and then if I tap on Microsoft Flight Simulator, I get this screen, which allows me to tap a button to connect it to Flight Sim. I can tap a button from my iPad or phone and go ahead and open vPilot on my computer without using my mouse at all. Same with Pilot to ATC. I can click it and just open it. Pilot to ATC is a good app as well. And same with OBS. And then when I click on Flight, I get taken to this screen, which gives me two options. I have a mini version and a wide version. And if I go to the wide version, or let me show you the mini version first, is essentially, maybe it'll load up for me. It's like a little comm. So I can change comm frequencies, nav frequencies. I can reset my transponder. And it looks a lot better on the phone than it does here. It's all squished up and doesn't look right. But it'll show you, your frequencies and allow you to switch them. It's kind of cool. And the large one that I use for my iPad, is this one. This is a big boy. This has got a lot of controls here. So, you can still control the comm, but you can also control autopilot, turn on and off your yaw damper, auto throttle, set your heading altitude, vertical speed, airspeed. You got a lot of stuff here, all your lights. Now, all of this is a free, you have to kind of search for it, but it's free. The only thing you have to do is, you have to, I don't see it here. I can't find it, but essentially I think what it is it's on the main page whenever you first open this app up. It tells you in the bottom left hand corner, this app is freezing up. This is why I don't really use this app, but it'll tell you in the bottom left hand corner that you need to upgrade the Pro, and I think the Pro version is maybe $10 or $12. It's really not that much. It's a nice app, but I would really only use it for short flights, like visual. It's getting on my nerves right now. I've only used it once, but when I did use it, it was nice. It's a little bit of a pain to set up, but there we go. Yeah, I think we're about 196 nautical miles. Yep. So what's it saying? 49 minutes to ETE. I'm going to take another small break. Be back in 5 minutes, and I think we're going to start our descent in about probably 15 or 20 minutes. So I will be right back. And actually, we're going to change the music a little bit here. Try that. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Pretty sure we're gonna hit a controller soon that's gonna pick us up. O'Hare still has power. Let's tune to ATIS 135.4.
Sites on the field. Centralizing facility procedures in effect. When ready to taxi, contact ground metering advise on initial contact. You have information Foxtrot. O'Hare International Airport ATIS information Foxtrot.
Thanks for the welcome back.
0510. 1210 at Niner. Visibility 10. Ceiling 4,100 broken. 8,000 broken. Temperature 8. 2.4. Altimeter 3004.
3004.
ILS runway 27 center approach. Visual approach.
Spec 27 center.
Visual approach runway 28 center.
I think we're set up for 27 center. 27 center. Let's check. Well, we're set up for 27, right? We're gonna leave that until we get until we talk to VATSIM. And you know what? Technically, I didn't mention any of this, but we should be doing this stuff. You know, be saying, O'Hare ground or O'Hare traffic coming down to 10,000, whatever. Just letting traffic around us know what we're doing. I'm not doing that. I should be doing that. Ding dong. Dust off your props. I'd love to do a challenge, or one of the events rather, that VATSIM has. I've heard they do a across the pond event. I'm not sure if it's once a year or how often they do it, but I think that would be very interesting. Do some nat lines. I haven't done a ocean flight in a very long time, and I did mention in one of my earlier streams that I was going to do a 747 flight. Not that familiar with that aircraft, but there's only one way to learn. And just checking out fuel. I think we're okay, especially since we're going to start our descent in about roughly 140 nautical miles, so we'll be fine. I'm a little concerned. It's Thanksgiving, at least in the US. I'm not sure if you're in the UK, but it's like a holiday here that we celebrate, and that's number one, the reason why there's no one on VATSIM, but it's also a concern because I'm getting a little hungry and I have nothing to eat here, and I'm hoping there's something open when I get done with this flight. Yeah, I actually, I've talked to quite a few people in the UK. I have a normal, 9 to 5 job. Not really 9 to 5, but a normal 40-hour-a-week job. I don't make any money off these streams, obviously. Nor is it ever my intent. I do this stuff for fun anyway. But, yeah, at my job I talk to, I haven't talked to them in a while because I've kind of moved positions and I'm working in a different area now, but I used to talk to them quite frequently. They're cool. They're a lot more easygoing than U.S. people. Let's say that way. I would put you guys even more easygoing than Canada, and Canada's pretty easygoing. And when I say easygoing, like, you know, calm, not frustrated easily. I'm sure everyone has their frustration points, but just able to, you know, accept things and kind of move on. U.S. people are very coddled, very, I don't even know what the word is, entitled. They think they deserve everything. They're a lot different than other countries. Australia's laid back as well, but honestly, in the list here, because I've literally talked all over, at least English-speaking countries. U.S. is way down. I would put U.S. down below even third world countries. Australia, then Canada, and then the U.K. as far as at least the population that I've talked to. So you guys are awesome over there. I will say it's a pretty big struggle, and I'm sure, don't take offense to this if you are, but it is a big struggle sometimes understanding Scottish accents. They can be really thick. But yeah, I don't know if you're Scottish or not, so don't take offense to that, but yeah. That's the only trouble that I have. Ah, cool. Yeah, I know. Small chance that you were, but still wanted to make it clear that I'm not trying to rag on Scottish people. Doing the European flight was fun. I flew from, I'm going to butcher the name, but it was in Germany, Dusseldorf. I probably am mispronouncing that like crazy. And I flew to Budapest. That was pretty fun because it's there's little small nuances that are different between Europe and US. Like you guys have different transition altitudes for every airport. Your transition altitudes are very low sometimes. You guys speak and refer to decimal instead of point. What else? It's very small stuff like that. You have to read the charts a little bit more in Europe. Again, because it's not so uniform, because it varies by country. So, but yeah, other than that, it was fun. I'm sure I stood out with my southern accent because I think I was the only Yankee over there. But it was cool. No one called me out, so that's awesome. Can I ask a question? And I don't want this to be an offensive question either, but I'm not even going to ask where you're from, and I don't want you to disclose it either, because I think that would be better anyway. but does North and South UK like look upon each other differently? Kind of like North and South US, honestly, but I've heard they do. Like, honestly, I've heard like the South looks down on the North or something. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. We are about 90 nautical miles from Bonnie, or Bont. I'm not sure how we pronounce that, but getting close. Still looking okay on fuel. I am going to back off of this one a little. Up a bit. That's another thing about this aircraft is, since there's no auto throttle, unless, and if there is any kind of dead zone in your, if you use like the Velocity 1, for example, be mindful, because you have to kind of keep everything level as far as fuel goes in the left and right wing, and you'll actually get a warning message that you have a fuel imbalance if it gets too drastic and you have a lot more fuel in the left wing than you do in the right wing. There is a means on this aircraft here where you can transfer fuel from left and right tank if you need to, if it gets too out of balance. But you do have to keep your eye on it, since there's no auto throttle, how much fuel you have in each tank, and try to keep them as balanced as you can. Yeah, about 90 miles. Oh, and I do want to speak to this. It's not that hard. I know I complained earlier about having to monitor your speed and your throttle. It's not that bad. I mean, once you set it, you've seen yourself. I've done small adjustments here and there, but the only time I've adjusted the throttle is when I've shown you that display where we're looking at fuel. So I haven't had to adjust it that much, maybe 2 or 3 times. So it's not that bad. So that it doesn't make it unflyable. It's definitely a fun aircraft to fly still. But just keep in mind more so on descent than anything else, you are going to have to monitor it, especially below 10,000. Oh, you mentioned you lived in West England. I missed that. I'm not sure if West and East has any kind of beef. I always heard North and South. I don't know why. I think South is like that's like the London area. That's the rich people area, and of course you're always going to have classism, let's say, where the upper class looks down on the lower class. And I'm not in any way an upper class person. I'm middle of the road kind of person, so, but I totally get it. I know, you know, there's definitely not as much land in the UK as there is over here, so it's definitely a lot more of a fight for resources as far as probably, you know, properties and real estate and things like that. No, West and East Coast don't have any issues. Good. North and South shouldn't either. I'm one of these people that believe we should all kind of try to work together, put our differences aside, nationally and maybe even one day globally. Humans are very tribal creatures, though, so I doubt it ever happens. I don't know. I'm getting pretty deep in this flight to O'Hare, but yeah, I feel like, I don't know. I feel like no matter what, no matter how much we evolve as a species, we're always going to be tribal. It's just going to be like a innate behavior. It's just instinctual. I'm going to see if I can get my extra camera to work. I'd love to show you this iFMS in action, as well as I'd love to be able to show my yoke and everything during the landing in case we have to do a visual approach. So let's see, is it working now? Yeah, I'm not sure why it's not working. I think it may be coming on. Maybe not. Ah, yes, it's working now. Okay, great. Okay, so as you can see, that is so cool to be able to look at that on my iPad and have that setting right where it should be on the aircraft, and I have a quick visual of it to be able to see everything. So I think that's awesome. And as you can see, as I was talking about how the throttle quadrant situation here, where I have to put two together, because typically only this half would, well, whatever, it's kind of hard to show, but you only get three. It's gonna be, that's crazy. But I love this yoke. This yoke looks just like a Boeing yoke. It looks amazing. Yeah, it does look cool, and it's so helpful. Because I can still monitor everything like I'm inside the aircraft, even though I have a outside camera view right now. So it's great. Absolutely fantastic. And I complain about this throttle quadrant, but it's pretty spot on to how a Boeing looks. It's even got little dials and stuff. Pretty realistic feeling too. Plastic, of course. But I saw, I can't remember what the name of the company was, but they had what's called a, oh, what was it called? Knobster. 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 And it's just a little knob, but it was like $100, 99 euros. It's a lot of money for just a little knob, and it doesn't work with, let me see if I can show you. You may be familiar with what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's this thing. It's essentially, yeah, this is the company that makes it, Sim Innovations. It's quite expensive for what it is. 95, that's a lot. But it's this thing, and you hook it up to USB on your computer. It doesn't work with your iPad, only your computer. And get out of the way. And it works with Air Manager. I think you said you were familiar with that. But that's it. It's just it's got a push button, an inner and an outer knob, and that's all. 95 euros. That's a lot for that. But it's supposed, I mean, I read a lot of reviews online, and they were saying it's great. Maybe it is. Yeah, I know it. I agree. 100%. That's a lot for a knob. That's crazy for a knob. That's a whole lot for just a knob. Oh, but I mean, let me explain the point of it though. If I'm not sure if you're familiar with what Air Manager is, but I'm not sure why I closed that page. I should have left that page open. It's the same company, I think, that makes this Knobster. But yeah, check out some of these community panels. These come with Air Manager. But look, there's the AI 32NX, Beechcraft. Look at those. These are like full panels, you know? Why would you even need that iFMS if you can get a full panel for all these small aircraft? And they look amazing. So the point of that Knobster is you put the Knobster on your desktop, and you just, like, you touch a dial on the screen, and then you can turn it using that knob, and that knob will work for all the dials because you just touch a dial and then you can use it. That's the reason that, I guess that's the reason it's so expensive. I don't know, but it's the only knob that works with this. But yeah, this is really cool. These are nice. These are really, really nice. You got Cessnas here. It's a lot of small aircraft. Piper, Robinson, and these are the free panels that come with it. You don't even have to pay extra for those. There's some premium panels that you can buy. There's an Airbus one, Cessna, Garmin. That may be helpful. Cessna 182T. Oh, that's it. Oh, I kind of want that. Oh, that's for X-Plane 11. Ah, boo. But that would be kind of cool to have a 737-800 overhead panel. But yeah, these are nice. So definitely check it out, siminnovations.com. I wouldn't buy the Knobster. I think that's way overhyped for $90, 95 euros. But I think the app itself, I want to say on the App Store, at least for the iPad, it was 20 bucks. Now if you want to run this on desktop, I think the desktop version is pretty expensive. Let's just take a look at it. Yeah, it's only 65 euros. You may need this player though, I'm not sure. So that could be an additional 30 euros. Who knows? It could be an expensive add-on, but you can see for yourself. I mean, the panels kind of speak for themselves. Again, all these community panels come with that money that you pay for. So, and these are some nice panels. I use this sometimes, this radio panel for my 737, because that's a spot-on replica of a 737 radio panel with a transponder. I mean, that looks awesome to me. But yeah, all these panels look just as good. So definitely check them out on that. Now we're about to do our turn. I do believe we are about to start our descent. So I guess if I'm going to give some advice, I would say check out that it was Sim Innovations, and I'll see if I can't put that in chat. I think that was the website. You may want to click on that and double check, but yeah, I would check them out first, because you may end up liking that more than iFMS. Here's the iFMS website. I'll give you that as well. Oh, wrong keyboard. Okay. Here, I'll have the camera off as well. But yeah, I'll check out the Sim Innovations first, because you may end up liking the Sim Innovations panels, because those panels look professional, and you may get everything you want out of that. iFMS is very generic. It just looks like a standard, you know, HSI and PFD panel and ECAS, but at the same time, even though it's a standard look, it works with every aircraft. So yeah, it just depends. Do you want something that looks generic but works, or do you want, well, I'm not just saying Air Manager doesn't work, but do you want something that's a little better, a little more polished, that's specific to individual aircraft? So. Oh, and I forgot to mention, with Air Manager, you can actually customize and build your own panels. So I have a panel built for the CJ4 that has just about every option available. It's a little finicky, it doesn't work that great, but it looks nice, it looks really nice. Hey, you have a good night too, and thank you so much for watching. And subscribe or following. Thank you so much for both. Have a great night. All right, if anybody's still watching, we're gonna go ahead and get ready for our descent. So let's take a look at our FMC. And we're looking at about 2,200 feet before or to catch on our glide slope, so at least at the waypoint right before the runway. So that's what we're going to shoot for. So let's come back up here and let's see if we can set some altitude. 2,200. All right, yeah, 2,200. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, thank you for sticking around for most of the flight. I appreciate it. It was nice to have someone to talk to while it's pretty boring sitting in cruise for most of the time. So thanks so much, man. You have a good night. All right, so we've got our altitude set. We've got our altimeter from ATIS. That was 30.04. So once we pass our transition altitude of 18,000, we'll go ahead and switch over to that. But let's go ahead and start our descent. So I'm not going to use VNAV. I'm actually going to do a manual descent, and we'll come down about here, where it's telling us to go to. So the only thing we really need to do right now at the top of our descent, technically we should be telling VATSIM, we should be calling out that we're descending to let any nearby traffic know. We're not going to do all that. But the only thing we have to do right now, we could check our charts out. In fact, let's go ahead and do that. And let's go ahead and set our localizer. We are going to 27 right. All right, let's go ahead and set this up. 111.3. And we'll put that in for nav 1. Okay, and missed approach is 108.25. Okay, and we'll go ahead and set that in for nav 2. Okay. Other than that, we could prepare ourselves for a missed approach. Actually, I think we need to set it for 108.4. Okay. But we could go ahead and set some things up. Let's see. For a missed approach, looks like, actually I think it is 108.25. We're not going to miss the approach, guys, but looks like we're just going to fly heading 068 if we do miss. So we could put that, unless we get vectored and picked up on VATSIM. We do see touchdown zone elevation and the airport elevation. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. There's my pop-up. I was wondering where it was. I wasn't paying attention the last time, but I actually called this one. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right. But let's see. Missed approach, we're going to climb to 1300, then climbing to make a right turn to up to 4000. Again, guys, we're not going to miss, but just kind of making sure we're prepared. Everything looks good. Still a pretty healthy descent here. While we're looking at charts, let's go ahead and take a look at where we're at currently. We are taking the Watson star. And, oh wait, this didn't update. What's going on? Navigraph, what are you doing? Are you frozen? Open. What is going on? I guess I have to close and reopen it. I was over here singing Navigraph praises earlier during this stream. And here we are. Okay, here we are. Okay. So again, just kind of taking a look at our chart here. We've already looked at it earlier in the flight, but there's no restrictions here as far as altitude or speed, so we're good to just continue on doing what we're doing. We're about to do this left-hand turn, which we're doing right now. Just following along. Yeah, no problems. Thank you so much for the follows, guys. They mean a lot. Appreciate it. Now, just to give everyone a heads up, I don't typically fly Citations. But yesterday was my first time flying this plane ever. And we got right to the end, had to do a visual approach because we couldn't get ILS working, because the plane wasn't working correctly because we needed a mod to make it work correctly. But, oh wow, we are over speed. Let me back off a little bit. See, I said this earlier during the stream, but you do have to be mindful of your speed during descent on this plane because this thing drops like a rock. Anyway, yeah, so half the things weren't working inside the plane, but we got them all working now, so we should be able to pick up the localizer and do an ILS approach. If not, no big deal. We'll do a visual approach. We'll do what we have to do to put the plane on the ground. But just kind of checking over VATSIM, we are almost at, see, we lost our controllers, I think. Yep, there's no more controllers. Let me refresh. It's a sad day. I think we've lost our O'Hare controller. Yes, we have. Everyone's going to bed because they have full stomachs from eating all the turkey. But that's okay. We can bring it in on our own. No big deal. I'm going to go ahead and close this for now because I think I have everything I need from the charts. Thankfully, we were able to tune to ATIS before it went offline, so we have an altimeter. We will check xEnviro. In fact, we'll do that right now. And we'll see what it says the altimeter is. We're looking at 3014. I think I'm going to pull the altimeter off of this and use 3014 when we hit our transition altitude. So I'm going to keep this up for now. And since we are coming in for a landing, guys, I'm going to take the chat off the screen. I know that person has left, but thank you so much for the conversation during this stream. It's been amazing. But I'm going to give us full screen so that way we can get all of the beauty during this landing. Just letting the plane take itself down for now. I haven't quite figured out VNAV yet on this plane. It should be pretty simple. You hit VNAV and it follows the FMC, but for some reason it's not working. So we're going to do a manual descent. It's quite okay though. I have myself muted. I'm not sure how long I have myself muted, but as I was saying, I think the ETE is incorrect at the top of the stream. It says we have about 10 minutes until we touch down, but I think that's off. I think it's more like 20 or 25 minutes until we touch down. But we're smooth sailing for right now, so no big problems. We are going to slow down just a bit because we're kind of cruising pretty fast downhill here. Still looking okay. We've got about 250, 260 pounds of fuel left. 260,000, I think, pounds of fuel left. So I think we're okay. Or maybe it's actually not 1,000 pounds. Maybe it's actually just pounds for this plane. But I still think we're fine. Doing great. I do want to check our... See, somehow this... I did not touch anything, but this thing is not squawking what I had it squawking before. It really doesn't matter. But yeah. And yeah, this is actually updating now. Before, it wasn't moving along with our flight, so can't recommend enough getting this working title mod for the CJ4. It's needed, absolutely needed for Microsoft Flight Sim. Guys, I'm not sure if the audio worked, but I have it set up. And maybe this is a bad thing to have set up, but I have it set up to anytime I have a follow or subscribe or anything like that on Twitch. Not only should that notification pop up, but there should also be some audio there as well. I think I know why there's not audio. But you guys should tell me if this is a good or bad idea, okay? Because I'm going to be really blunt right now, but I have it set up every time that pops up. There was a movie maybe 15 years ago, 10 years ago, called Snakes on a Plane with Samuel L. Jackson. And every time someone follows, it is supposed to say, "I'm tired of these motherfucking snakes on this motherfucking plane." You know, the whole quote from Samuel L. Jackson. So I need to get it working because I think that's hilarious. You guys should tell me, should I probably keep it G-rated and not have that? I just thought that would be funny. Yeah, I had 2 follows this stream. Thank you so much. And nobody got to hear that. Sad days. All right, we're about to hit our transition altitude, and we're going to check our weather one more time. Let's see. It seems to have frozen up on me. Here we go. Altimeter 3014. We'll go ahead and go with that. Why don't you work when I click you? Oh well. Ah, you're horrible. Oh, what was it? 3014. Overspeed, I get it. At least I'm pretty sure that's what that is. Yeah, 300. Okay, let's double check our nav and make sure 111.3, 108.40, Unicom, think we're okay. Let's pull up the chart one more time. Wait, where am I going? 27 right. Where did I get that number from? Well, I'm glad I double checked. 111.75. Is there anything else I'm missing? I'm glad I double checked this, guys. Same thing, climb to 11, turn right, 4,000. All right. I'm not sure what that beeping is. That's been going on the entire flight. And I'm not getting any warnings or anything about this beeping, so I'm not sure. But we're coming up. Oh boy, we need to drop a little faster than what we're dropping. I need to come down even faster than that. 4,000 is the maximum. Okay. I really haven't been watching, but we're about 40 miles from the runway. So, actually it looks like we're on our glide slope. A little bit of shaking here because I need to give it some power. Actually, it was shaking because I had the speed brakes on. I think it's following the glide slope pretty well. It looks like we have frozen up. Actually, I hope this doesn't continue to freeze. But it looks like we're following along, doing pretty well so far. I've got to get below, got to drop in altitude here because we're coming up on, yeah, we're supposed to be at 4,000 by 20 nautical miles. Oh boy, need to drop like a rock, guys. V-path. No, I want you to do vertical sync and drop. No, vertical sync. It won't let me go down faster than 1800, I guess. Fuel low. Oh, I haven't even been watching that. Oh boy. We are low on fuel. We're fine though, guys. I don't know how to drop faster than this. It keeps taking it down V path, whatever that means. Where's my approach to pick up? There it is. To pick up the localizer. I guess we're okay, guys. We still got about 10 nautical miles. We're gonna see how this plays out. I may have to take over and push this down a little faster. I have a speed control here. Yeah, but I still can't. No audit throttle. They were right. We'll go ahead and turn on. Yeah, I know we're low on fuel. We'll go ahead and turn on our landing lights. We got one shot at this, guys. I don't think we're going to make a missed approach. Here we go. Oh, I was a little worried, guys. Got it figured out, though. About 20 miles from the runway. We'll pick up the glide slope with the localizer at our next waypoint. The runway should be straight ahead. Kind of hard to see, but should be straight ahead.
Altitude.
Okay, and we should be close enough at this point. I'm going to go ahead and try to grab onto the approach and the glide slope. All right, we are grabbed onto the approach, so we should be good to go. I'm just going to kind of hang back and wait. once we drop in speed a little bit, I'll go ahead and drop gear, pull a little bit of flaps. All right, we're gonna come back on flaps. We're gonna go ahead and drop gear. We should be catching the glide slope in just a bit, guys. Let me check and see, do I have my landing lights on? No, I have taxi lights on. Should be picking up the glide slope shortly. Not seeing it, but hopefully it's going to come up. Ah, fuel, I get it. Yeah, we're low. We are really low though. But there's our runway, we're right here. Definitely have visual. This is gonna be close though on fuel, guys. Really close. Oh, I've completely lost my left engine. Oh wow, I've completely lost my right engine. Okay, we're gonna drop and we're not gonna make it. Ah, this is horrible. Yep, we're gliding right now, guys. Yeah, we're about to stall. Let's see if I can get some speed up. Can't believe we ran out of gas, guys. Let's see if I can take us to the runway. Probably not. I don't think we're gonna make this, guys. Because I'm still about 2 miles out from the runway. And I just don't have anything. Wow, this sucks. I can't believe I ran out of gas, guys. Yeah, we're done for. These single family homes. Yeah. Oh, wow, guys. Well, the streamer earlier told me, I can't believe we made it that close, though. That's crazy. But the guy earlier told me I needed to keep my eye on my fuel because I was going to be close. What a horrible day. But thank you so much for watching. follow. Sorry that turned into a horrible flight and we ran out of fuel and it was too late to divert, but should have been paying attention to it before then. Wow, I didn't think I was completely out of fuel. Anyway, again, thank you so much for watching, guys. Until next time, everyone have a great Turkey Day. Happy Thanksgiving.